In October of 2026, at an FBI office, Grace Ashcroft is hard at work writing up a case report on a fourth incident involving the death of somebody with an unidentified disease. She then opens up a newsletter highlighting that the Raccoon City lockdown had been extended to 2040 as safety cannot be guaranteed. However, the paper also remembers the incident which killed tens of thousands, and looking closer, you can see the ruined buildings, the crater left behind by the missile, and Oswald Spencer, founder of Umbrella, and the man responsible for the destruction of the city and the proliferation of the bioweapons arms race. Below is a headline talking about the USA withdrawing from the Treaty on the Prohibition of BOWs, believing that they are needed to stay ahead of global biological terrorism. Of course, the USA doesn't want to give up their BOW research or development because they want to hold the power themselves, but their official stance, which stands on a slippery slope, is that other terrorists and nations are doing this, so they need to as well, to keep peace in our time. But that is when Grace's boss calls for her, locked deep in her pensive thoughts. At first, she doesn't register his commanding voice.
Grace Ashcroft.
Yes?
My office.
Oh, coming. If this is about the report you asked for yesterday, it'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days, tops.
Put a hold on that for now. We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating. Now, I need a good technical analyst on this.
Okay.
I need your eyes on the crime scene. The Renwood Hotel. Look, I know that's where your mother was murdered. And I know it'll be upsetting for you. Alyssa died 8 years ago. Perhaps it's time for you to face the past. Confront that fear head on. Grace, I won't force you to go. But do you think you can do this for me? Investigate that crime scene and report back to me with your findings. That's all for now.
And so she finds herself in the rainy and gloomy streets of the city trying to locate the Renwood Hotel. She needs to investigate the scene, but it's also where her mother had been murdered, and stepping back into that traumatic place is daunting, but true bravery lies in confronting your fears even when terrified. Walking onward, Grace, on her phone, a man, we'll call him Mr. X, looks at her and shoves into her.
Sorry.
But she is the one who apologizes to him, and he just grunts with a disgusting look on his face and shakes his head, walking off. Welcome to the city of Renwood, I guess. Proceeding past the NPCs, through the modern hustle and bustle, she comes upon the entryway to the hotel where it's been yellow taped off. A car door shuts behind her, and a copper calls to her saying that she can't go through there. However, she doesn't notice until he's right in her view, to which she immediately tenses up, startled, eyes widened. But within the same second, she almost appears relieved and recomposes. Grace nervously keeps her head down, stuttering, asking why. He says it's because that's an active crime scene, and she realizes that she should have started with showing him that she's actually FBI first. Now, one interesting thing that I immediately noticed was the way she presented her ID to him. Admittedly, I'm probably already overanalyzing her, but the manner in which she does this is very different from what I've seen other agents or even cops do. You've seen the movies or the shows. Usually they flash their badges and hold it up high with authority, but Grace seems reluctant, like she's unsure of herself and waiting for his validation even though girl's valid. Her offering her credentials to him instead of just flashing it kinda makes me wonder about her past, as I am at this point thinking that she's got just a tiny bit of trauma. And then listen to the way that she responds when he asks if she is FBI.
Oh, you're FBI?
I am.
Investigating all these strange deaths, huh?
Very bashful, very meek instead of authoritative. Not a criticism, by the way, just an observation. I didn't expect this, but only a few minutes into the game, and I'm already curious about the psychological space that she occupies. Well, with that, he leads her in asking about what's going on because this is the 5th body now that has symptoms of an infection. The cop doesn't realize that Grace has already retreated back into her mind. The realization that she's about to be where her mother was murdered, combined with her trying to understand the situation, is taking up all of her mental bandwidth. So, when he asks if she thinks it's infectious or bioterrorism, and she doesn't respond, he gets peeved that he's not being acknowledged. So he raises his voice and waves his hand in her face, and she reluctantly stutters out that there might be answers inside while keeping her gaze ahead and head low. He holds the tarp open to let her in, telling her to be careful and that the city is going to demolish this building soon. Trudging through the grungy alleyway, doubt running circuits through her mind, she gets startled by a crow flying in front and then above her to the roof of the Wrenwood Hotel. The front entrance is boarded off, so she finds the kitchen side entrance. She stops at a door that's been melted through, and before opening it, she takes in deep breaths and works herself up to push on through. Upon entering the bar area, Grace decides to review the investigation report one more time first. Midnight. Minutes to September 29th, the body of a man was discovered in this hotel's restroom, and based upon the corpse's level of decay, it had already been there for several days, but this is only one person in addition to the 4 others that were found under similar mysterious circumstances across the US of A. One at Stoneville Hospital, named Ramirez, another named Wilkins, which reminds me of the security guard from the Outbreak files, but I doubt this is actually him because here it says he dies at 51, but in the Outbreak files game, we already see that he's quite up there in age. The report also mentions another victim named White at the Green Oak Apartments, and M. Warren, who died at 90 in the Night Valley Nursing Home. Now, for any of you real Resident Evil fans, does the name Warren stand out to you? Well, Resident Evil 2 happens to be one of my favorites, and the name Warren is linked to Brian Irons, who was this sadistic freak. Michael Warren was the Raccoon City mayor. When the outbreak happened, he decided to save himself and evacuate, leaving his poor daughter alone with that monster, with Irons, the RPD police chief who murdered and taxidermized her body. It really sucks that Michael Warren got to live all the way to 90 years old, and he died safely, nicely, I guess, in a nursing home. You know, sometimes bad people just get to live a full life. But back to Grace and the investigation report. It's noted that all the victims were confirmed survivors of the Raccoon City incident. But not only that, for some reason, these people have all been marked with black bruisings. Inspecting the crime scene, the first thing that Grace notices is a pile of ashes, and in those ashes, she sees large shoe prints. And you know what they say about big feet? Big socks. And on the bar's post is a photo of Grace. Somebody's been following her and taking pictures of her every move. And what makes this even crazier is that they were expecting her to be here because they left a key attached to the photo inviting her to room 204. Right when she takes the key, a door loudly shuts, scaring Grace into taking out her gun. Nothing comes out, so she lowers it, but then she hears a thud from the door behind her.
What do I do?
Unsure of what to do, but compelled to investigate, she follows where the sound of the thud came from, opening into the hotel lobby. But with every small noise, seemingly large in this abandoned and empty space, Grace was apprehensive with every step. It didn't help that she felt like someone was already here, watching her from the shadows. Pressing W into an office behind the desk, the first thing that she notices are injectors and a trash can, but they don't look like they were used for recreational intent. Now, in the drawer, she finds a notice of closure for the Wrenwood, because something big and bad happened here, and as a consequence, the public lost trust in the hotel, forcing it to close due to, as you might expect, guests no longer choosing to stay here. Proceeding up the stairs of the purportedly haunted hotel, sounds of doors opening and shutting causing Grace to gasp. She finds one door that's been wire-tied shut. To open this, she looks around for a tool, noticing a raccoon on the floor by the fireplace, foreboding. And then, she would soon find wire cutters just waiting for her. She was a bit jumpy.
Shit.
Wire cutting the wires opens the door forward, where the remains of fires and flames had claimed the same halls that pained Grace's memories. But as her breath shook, and creepy sounds could be heard from around the corner, when she turned it, she saw the room 204. Stopping right before the ajar door, she had to recompose herself once more. Forcing her body to go through, she sees that it's just the sound of a radio that was turned on for some reason. Cautiously and entering the room, holding her breath, she checks her corners. On the radio, staticking through, is the voice of a man reporting on the death of somebody at a place called Elbridge, adding on to the string of deaths lately. Grace continues to actively seek out and identify any potential threats in the hotel room, checking behind her and then finally making her way over to secure the bathroom. Was there anybody behind the door? Was there anybody behind the shower curtain? No. Only dilapidation. Oh, but there was a seemingly fresh bag of toilet paper here. So then she steps back out, but then immediately notices that there were photos of her and her mother covering the bed, and one photo in particular stands out. Her of when she was a teenager. Somebody has been watching her for a very long time, even before that fatal night 8 years ago.
Anne,
Hi, Mom.
you have been on that thing all day.
Well, if you're gonna work so late.
Get some sleep, eh?
I'm almost done, just a sec.
What am I gonna do with you?
What you always do? Nag at me until I go to bed?
Wow, it's really coming down hard.
Mom, phone. Mom.
It's right beside you.
Hello?
Miss Ashcroft?
Yes.
Who was it?
Dunno. They asked for Miss Ashcroft and then they hung up on me.
Rude.
What the?
They're coming. Grace, we need to go.
Go where? Mom, what's going on?
Hurry.
Wait, who's coming? What's wrong?
Shh. We need to keep our voices down.
This is ridiculous.
Come on.
Tell me what's going on.
Now is not the time.
Something had her mother on edge, and she ran ahead, urging her daughter to pick up the pace.
Mom, wait!
Grace, come on, keep moving.
I'm coming!
Grace, hurry.
But Grace had no idea what was
Keep
happening.
moving.
She was equally as terrified as her mother, but Alyssa had to stay strong for her.
Hello? Who's that? Oh, I'm so sorry about the power outage.
What happened?
Oh, it's probably the electrical panel. It's 40 years old, so it doesn't take much to trip it. It's really no excuse, and I apologize for the inconvenience.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Yeah, don't worry about
I should have it fixed soon. I just need to find my...
What the hell,
it. No, Grace. No. Grace, stay close to me.
Are you gonna tell me what's going on? Mom, what are you doing?
Something important.
Who was this hooded man? What did he want? And what did Alyssa hide behind that painting?
What did you hide behind that painting?
I'll explain later. We need to find another way out. Grace, come on. Come on, Grace. Come on, hurry. Come on in, Grace.
I'm calling the police.
No, don't go.
No, shh. Hello? Yes, I want to report a murder. No, murders.
Grace.
Yes. The Redwood Hotel. Yes. Hurry, please. The police are on their way. Oh, my God. Mom, I feel like I'm gonna throw up.
Grace. Grace, look at me. Grab my hands. Okay, look at me. Look at me. In and out. Breathe in and out. Oh, Grace. I promise you, I will explain this all to you one of these days. Grace. Please know that you are my hope. Never forget that.
What are you talking about?
Just... I love you.
I love you too.
Okay.
Mom, I'm scared.
No. We need to find a way out of here now.
But we don't have any of our stuff,
We
Mom.
can come back for it later, Grace.
I don't.
Found you.
Her reaction to watching the hotel manager getting eviscerated in front of her is a completely normal reaction, by the way. Seeing somebody killed or seeing a dead body, especially if it's your first time, shocks your body in chaotic ways that make you literally want to throw up. Alyssa Ashcroft has obviously built a sort of tolerance for this ever since the Outbreak files, but remember that Grace is just a kid when this happens. And just going over that scene again, it was particularly heart-wrenching when Alyssa just instinctually knew that she was probably going to die. She tells Grace that she is her hope and that she loves her, but really that is a mother saying goodbye to her baby girl, because only moments later she is brutally murdered 2 steps in front of her, chopped down at the neck, life leaving her eyes in an instant, and this is without a doubt something that would scar anybody for the rest of their lives.
I'm so sorry. This is not my fault. something important. I'll explain later.
Where did you hide behind that painting?
But now Grace had somewhat of a lead, and it had led her to whatever her mom hid behind the painting 8 years ago. Inside of this folder, she finds 2 items. Alyssa's journal, where she talks about her concern for Grace in that, because they're always on the move, she never really had a chance to make friends or be a normal kid. She contemplates having the 2 of them just settle down for a bit longer than usual in this place so that she could have that opportunity, but Alyssa would unfortunately notice that they were being followed by a hooded man, meaning Grace's safety would have to take priority. And yet, only just that night, on October 19th, the hooded man would get them. Crazy that they brought Alyssa Ashcroft back just to kill her off right away. Just imagine the direction or like how different this entire story would have been if Alyssa had been there to be on this journey with her daughter. I think that would have been interesting. But a couple questions come up here. Who is this hooded man? The thing is, we never get a name, and he never says much. So, was he operating alone or at the behest of somebody else? Considering where Grace is now in the present, with somebody having lured her in and currently watching her, it's safe to say that the hooded man wasn't operating alone. He was sent by somebody else. But what does that person want? I think whatever is in Alyssa's folder is part of the goal since she hid it at all in the first place. But I think the fact that the hooded man, before he died, said, "Found you," to Grace, speaks volumes that she was the intended target. Even to this day, she was being tailed. Couple that with the fact that Alyssa writes about needing to ensure nothing happens to her, and the fact that nobody else was sent back to the hotel to try and find her folder. I mean, surely they would have, after 8 years if they really wanted it. Grace has to be, or is, someone that somebody else wants. The other thing is, what exactly is the hooded man? Because his skin was pale as ash, and even after Alyssa shot him 4 times, he still gets up to follow them, meaning he was likely infected with a strain of a virus. One more thing, Grace blames herself for the death of her mother, despite her not directly causing her death in any capacity, so it begs the question, why does she blame herself? Back to the contents of Alyssa's folder, she discovers a floppy disk. But there's just one big issue with this. Because where is she going to find a PC in 2026 that takes floppies?
Sorry, officer. What's wrong?
Something stung me.
Are you okay? What do I do? Get away from me! Shit! Stay away!
Holy fuck, he was ocularly fucked and still going. He did mention that he was stung, and then he turned into an infected, skin looking like the hooded man. But the only time that I remember seeing anybody get stung and then infected was back in RE6, so It's cool to see that progress carries over into 9. However, the more harrowing question is, when will Grace turn now that she's been bitten? Or does she happen to be part of the 10% of humanity with natural immunity to the virus? Because if she turns and dies here, then, well, there's just no story. After narrowly escaping death by zombie, she takes a moment to come down from the rush, but then she hears music in a room nearby. Following it, she opens the door.
Hello?
It hasn't been easy. But after much effort, here we finally are.
Who are you?
I'm the one who planted that body. I'm the one that brought you here. I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft.
Rest now, Grace. We have so much to do.
Interesting voice actor. Just the way that he delivers his lines. It's like you innately want to lean in and listen to everything that he has to say. On top of that, his skin and overwhelming size tells us that he is infected, but with a modified version of a virus, since he's kept his cognition. Or, actually, since we recently did that video on RE3, it could also be some advanced form of T-virus plus Nemesis parasite as well.
Talk to me. Is this one like the others?
Same black blotches.
And it's not post-mortem lividity.
No. No, this is different. That's 6 now. 6 survivors of Raccoon City, all dead from the same thing.
Yeah, that's not good.
No. No, it's not.
But I have something for you. The team has settled on a person of interest. Someone with ties to Umbrella. Victor Gideon.
Who is he?
A former T-virus researcher. Hey, I just got a report of a missing police officer. It might be unrelated, but he disappeared near where the 5th body was found. You there, Leon?
Yeah. I'm here.
You okay?
Some of the edges. Check it out.
And Leon, good to see him again, even if age is taking him. Age comes for us all. He learns that this guy who abducted Grace was a former Umbrella researcher named Victor Gideon. Victor went through all of this trouble to get Grace, but what exactly does he want with her? Quick aside, since Leon is old, I wonder what Chris, Rebecca, or Billy look like now too. And Jill Valentine, does she look old now or does she still look young? It was to my understanding that people infected with the T-virus, like Morgan Freeman, age extremely slowly. And since we're on the subject, technically, Resident Evil 9, this game, takes place before the events of Resident Evil Village's Shadow of Rose DLC, because in there, Rose is about 16 years old, and that is set in 2036. And Chris is still alive in that DLC, by the way, so we know that Chris Redfield lives for another decade after what's about to happen here in Requiem. The Porsche and the watch are nice, but let's see how long before Leon crashes it. Whipping over to where Not Hunnigan tells him that the cop went missing, Leon pulls up in the city, and while he's stuck in traffic, he just so happens to see Victor walking out with a knocked-out Grace.
You've got to be shitting me.
Leon steps out of the car to get a closer look, and that is when Victor senses Leon's aura. Also, he's not even trying to hide the fact that he kidnapped a person, but he turns around to lock eyes with Leon, and the two stare each other down, waiting to see who's going to make the first move. So as they're facing off, this woman, concerned for her fellow woman, notices this bizarre scene. And what do you think happens next?
I'm just taking her home.
Leon, what's your sit rep?
I'm going after Victor.
Well, that is exactly what happened to the cop. And it looks like Victor just caused an outbreak in the city, just to create a distraction. Hearing the first scream, Leon rushes after the 54-year-old ex-Umbrella researcher, and as he moves, things devolve very quickly. Right before Leon, a man would get pressed by the concerned woman who at first pushes him down to the ground, at first seemingly to kiss him, but then...
What are you doing?
Don't let random women kiss him, guys. She tries to approach Leon next, and he instantly recognizes that she is a 5-star girl, so he takes her out. As Leon walks forward, tension builds because he knows what's about to happen. That moment where everything disintegrates comes sooner rather than later, and Leon tells his mission coordinator to get the city on lockdown. Now, where most normal people like Leon would begin to panic, our boy Leon is slouched. His first victim turns around, pulling up on him like Jimmy Neutron, and Leon fires one bullet at his head, giving him that brain blast, and the entire body just explodes into a pool of blood. 35 steps forward, commotion ensues, screaming and hordes of people running away from something. Leon rapid fires into the sky, trying to get citizens out of there faster because they're not running fast enough. Ready to earn that paycheck, he fires at a Zed, trying to eat another man's head. However, another infected lunges at him, so Leon breaks his knees with a swing from his gun, but before he can give that final blow, another zombie tries to grab Leon. But that was its biggest mistake, because Leon quickly reverses the situation, putting that zombie on his knees, and just look at this zombie's face, the fear in his eyes. Even through the infection, he knows he fucked up. Turning around to send the other target flying, Leon would pierce through the night's chaos. An infected swings a metal pipe at him, but when it connects to his body, it does nothing. In fact, the attacking zombie is the one that gets staggered backwards, so Leon shoots him. Picking up that same metal pipe, he launches it at another infected far away, a blood fountain erupting from that corpse. Police sirens, car crashes, and look at this, a van ramming into a zombie in front of Leon, dismembering its body at the kneecaps. Soon he would be swarmed. One groans end of the world to him. Leon responds with a shotgun to the knees and dragon's breath to his face, as well as to the other 3 infected nearby. Murder City, and Leon's the raid boss.
No, I lost him. Back to square one.
Not necessarily. Victor purchased a building after Umbrella went under. The Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center. I'll send you the address. Leon, we're running out of time.
So, the black marks on Leon's hand, those are the same kinds found on the bodies of the other Raccoon City survivors. And Grace, Victor brought her here and injected something into her, or maybe extracted something from her, it looks like. I don't know why she was upside down, though. Perhaps Victor extracted the virus out of her? I guess that kind of makes sense because he saw that she was bitten, but because of how valuable she is, he's not just going to let her become a zombie or even take the chance that she might be part of the same class of humans as Leon or Jill, so he just cures her. Or maybe Victor didn't cure her, and he just extracted something, and Grace just didn't become a zombie because she was born immune. However, right now she is in this room. Old vintage-style decor, and on the desk next to an armchair she reads notes Victor took on her. Most notably that he gave her something called Dexafil. Looking it up, in Resident Evil it's purposely slightly misspelled to resemble the real-world Dex-a-Fil, used to treat all this stuff on screen. But it looks like he was trying to stabilize Grace's body to examine her further, but it just doesn't say what for. Trying to figure out where she is or what's going on, she opens the door, and it's a pitch-black hallway. Perfect. There is a little bit of moonlight and red light, but honestly it just penetrates my soul all the same. And if you know me, it's that I don't like having my soul penetrated. Grace slowly enters the next room and tries to flip the switch on. The lights flicker, but then a glass bottle clanks on the floor and rolls forward. There is something in the darkness, but when she tries to see what's back there, nothing happens, so she leaves, and she goes down the crimson halls of this clinic. Flipping another switch barely provides some light, and up ahead, above her head, she finds a hole in the ceiling. Now what do you think crawled out from down there? At the end of this hall is a man riding a horse, but it's not Ralph Lauren. Grace was trapped, and she held her breath with every step that she took. The darkness consumed her, and she could feel the silence like a pressure just waiting to burst. She comes to a gate and sees that there is an entire area just on the other side, but then she hears a woman's voice on the speakers stating, that there is a code 6 and to initiate emergency protocol. This tells our FBI agent that there are other people here, but also hell is breaking loose. She tries to leave only to run into a common Resident Evil issue, a fuse missing. Tracking back, she notices the light above swinging. Something had caused it to move. In fact, it moved the other light as well. Hoping that nothing was at the end of the hall, she rushes into room 201. Here she finds a lighter and the fuse that she needs, but it's locked, and she needs a screwdriver. As she turns around, a loud banging from the ceiling scares her. The light above swings, dust falls slowly below, and she can hear something moving. She can't stop now. She keeps exploring, and she'd look at room 202. There she finds evidence of this being a children's room, but on the desk she finds a storybook talking about the Shadow Ghost. The Shadow Ghost lurks in the shadows. She watches you from the darkness, so you have to stay in the light. Reading this, Grace is even further perturbed, because at this point she just knows something is following her, watching her from somewhere that Grace herself cannot see, and it fills her with deep fear. And yet she can't sit still, so she pulls herself forward through the red darkness, seeing another hole in the ceiling, and eventually she makes her way back to that room with the glass bottle.
He's dead. Infected.
Yo, the way my eyes widened when I saw that hand creep out, that was something else. Grace runs out of the room to see if the shadow ghost would follow her. It does, but remembering that she needs to find the screwdriver to get the fuse, she runs back into the room. And at first she tries to hide under the table, but the ghost would try reaching under that table to grab her. And then it just gets worse from there because she got smart and she destroyed said table, leaving Grace no choice but to hurry. Finding the screwdriver, she makes it back to the hall where, unfortunately, her shadow does too. It must have climbed down from the hole. This is the creature that's been making all of the holes in the ceiling, and it's been using it to get around quickly. Grace freaks out, desperately throwing a glass bottle at the ghost, but it just chomps into her shoulder once more. Pain surging, she runs down the hall where the light had just turned off, and upon entering the safe room, she turns to see that it is not following her into the light. Wondering what the hell that thing was, she steps back out. The coast seems clear. She looks around some more, even taking time to admire the statue of the super tall mommy. But back in the room, it wasn't safe anymore because the lights just went out. The ghost would be here soon, so she goes to get the fuse, but that is when...
All right.
Mr. Kennedy, welcome. Dr. Gideon has been expecting you.
Funny. I don't remember getting an invitation.
Well, he's waiting for you.
Can't have that, can we?
Follow me, please.
Lead the way. So how long have you worked for, Dr. Gideon?
Not long. I just recently joined the team.
Oh man, I can't express how relieved I am to play Leon again. Did you guys notice what Leon noticed, by the way? The door behind him doesn't have any handles. But yeah, I feel so hopeless and horrified when I'm Grace, but when I'm Leon, I feel like I've got Mjolnir on. So now Leon is following up with his MC's lead on Victor Gideon, who has been expecting him here at this care center he runs. Also, just based on the environment, we know that Grace is somewhere in here as well. The nurse leading him in tells him that Victor treats his long-term patients here with experimental therapies, and due to the sensitive nature of the research, the facility keeps everything hush-hush. However, Leon already knows what's up because he's heard this same speech before. Looking around in the following room, he sees corpses covered all around him. Preem. She leaves him to wait in this room. However, he is unaware that there are hidden cams watching him. But Leon, still slouched, not even worried about this being a trap, looks around. I mean, really, he just casually takes a peek all over the office, where most would just find a seat and sit down. Speaking of, the guy just sits on the desk like it belongs to him. He takes a look at this picture and sees Victor towering over his colleagues. What an aberration. And based on his skin, he's probably already infected in this photo. Checking his Hamilton, October 8th, 11:26 p.m., Leon hears what Grace heard when she first discovered that she needed a fuse.
Code 6, all staff initiate emergency protocols.
Mr. Kennedy, we need to leave immediately.
What's going on?
I don't know what's happening. Some kind of mass hysteria. The hospital is on lockdown. Doctor.
I think you want a second opinion.
So let me get this straight. The obviously infected doctor walks up on the nurse and Leon with a chainsaw, and both the nurse and Leon do nothing. Leon doesn't save her or react to her getting impaled at the spine, he just delivers a quippy one-liner. Chainsawing his way out, walking by Evelyn's wheelchair, he notices a gate opening up on his right.
Come on, come on, come on!
Hey, over here. You okay?
Yeah. Thanks.
Leon Kennedy, DSO.
CSO. I'm Grace. Ashcroft. FBI.
FBI? What are you doing here?
Someone kidnapped me.
Victor Gideon.
I don't know.
Well, we should leave. What does Victor want with you?
What?
Grace.
What do you mean?
He grabbed you for a reason.
Wait, you're DSO. That's the counter bioterrorism agency, right?
Take this.
You sure?
You might need it. Now go. Get out of here.
She won't get away, you know.
Dr. Gideon.
It's so nice to finally meet you, Leon. Why don't we have a little talk?
Too slow. I see you're exhibiting symptoms too. Umbrella's curse.
I'll be fine. I hope.
Separated from her savior, Grace, bearing only hope and the Requiem that Leon gave to her, needs to find a way out. However, this isn't going to be easy. Known unknowns are waiting for her. However, there is one that wouldn't lurk for Grace. No, this one would come stomping up the stairs. Mr. X, the tyrant that Claire and Leon fought back in the 1900s. Grace fires at its face, and the recoil from the gun was insane. It hurt her hands and she shakes it off, wondering how her bones haven't shattered yet. Shooting the tyrant more brings it to its knees. A headshot splatters blood on the wall, but the tyrant is relentless. Grace can only run. And run she does, into an office where she would find a door opening into this dark room. Turning on the light switch, the sight of a dead man startles her, but when she looks up, she sees something even stranger.
Oh, God. What on earth? Who's there? Is someone there? Oh, I'm sorry if I surprised you. Cataracts. You can't see, can you? Who are you? Was there someone in the other cell? Why are you in there? Everyone's gone.
Stay away from me!
Are you all right?
Get away! Get away!
No, hold on. No. I'm sorry. What is happening here?
Obviously, she can't just leave the poor girl locked in there, especially with everything going on out here. So she tries to shoot the glass wall, but even Leon's gun can't break it. So she has to find a key card with enough juice to unlock the door. But then she notices something else. Another cell. In it is a bed, a doll, and a hole that's been burrowed into in the corner. So are you thinking what I'm thinking? This girl that Grace just found, the shadow ghost she encountered earlier, they have the same cataract eyes. Is that a coincidence? Maybe. But what about the holes that we saw in the ceiling? And now there is a small hole here in the wall. Grace wonders if there is a connection. If that monster was once another little girl in this cell. But moving onward, Grace didn't exactly know where to start. However, it was important that she starts. She searches the facility, ending up in the kitchen, drawn in by the menacing sounds of husky grunts and meat being chopped. She peeped something big. Startled by the loud bang of the cleaving, she drops down, crouching over to see the chef. He's infected, but still working. Not wanting a confrontation, she tries to sneak past him by moving a giant metal pot of blood out of the way. But every so often, the chef would stop to grab something out of said pot, nearly spotting Grace. Soon, though, Grace would be out, safe and sound. Out of the kitchen, she shines a light in a zombie's face. It says it's too bright, so Grace solves his issue by taking his eyes out. Lights out for him. Heading into a doll, she is abhorred by the sight of zombies eating flesh on the table, but the most bizarre thing was that there was this woman singing. Let that sink in. A singing zombie. We have not seen a singing zombie before in the series. Her voice creepily warped through the air, and neither she nor the zombies enjoying their feast noticed Grace crouching on by. Later, she tried to open up a door, but the handle wheel comes flying off. Mr. X would pop up next to her, judging her for what she did, but then he chose not to attack, realizing her strength. Grace still spreads his blood across the ceiling, shooting another infected, and she gets going, but then, when she looks behind her, the tyrant is no longer there. Instead, now he's coming down the stairs in front of her, remembering who he was. But, leaving him, she finds where that singing infected lady was, and upon seeing Grace, she uses the force to pull her in. However, with the power of Leon's gun in her hand, she parries the singer and puts her on her knees. The zombie tries to smash a bottle over her head, but Grace gives him the same treatment. Lo and behold, the giant nuisance is there too. But Grace would notice something very soon. You see, after zeroing them, she turns and notices an infected man in her face. He wore a sad and pained expression with blood tears running from his eyes. Grace, with her natural investigative mind, would begin to piece things together. The chef, the singer, the expressions, on some level, these infected were conscious of what was happening. Imagine the torment of being trapped inside of your own body, unable to do anything except watch. It seems that one of the side effects of the virus that Victor uses causes the host to retain some semblance of their humanity, even going so far as to exhibit their habits pre-infection. This could also explain why a lot of them talk as well. But knowing this isn't going to help her leave, so Grace continues and comes upon a note that Victor wrote to the chairman of the care center. As a result of seeing Leon back in the city, he expected him to arrive here, and so he instructs the chairman to enact Code 6 at 11:30 p.m., stating that he has achieved what he's been trying to and no longer needs this place. Retracing her steps, she kills the feasting zombies and then the chef. He wasn't in the kitchen where he was supposed to be, and for that, he's fired. Opening a previously locked door, Grace asks a question that all Resident Evil fans have been asking for decades.
Weird. How do people normally get in here?
I'm pretty sure at some point most fans just learn to accept that it's a thing. Ever since I started my Resident Evil journey, especially because I hate puzzles, I wondered the same thing that Grace just asked. Onwards, Grace comes across a corpse on the... what is this called? I don't know, I'm not a mortuary's assistant. A medical examiner's table? Well, its organs have been removed, so she's going to need to find some to solve a puzzle. But for now, she kills a zombie doctor, talking about the GI tract, and then later another zombie complaining about the light. Wait a minute, this is the second infected complaining about light. The blind girl in the cell, the giant monster girl, they're both blind. You know, assuming that the shadow ghost was actually another girl in the cell, I'm starting to theorize something, so just bear with me here. Their glass cells are lit all the way up. Light just fills that room. These infected don't like the light. It burns their skin, and I think the reason that these girls in cells are blind is because Victor blinded them by keeping them in extremely bright lights for most of their lives. They knew that the girls would turn into these giant monsters, and that light is their weakness, so they locked them in these glass containers where light would be a constant suppression. That is, until one of them escapes. Heading up the stairs, she enters this really nice office, and further in, she finds a picture of 3 geezers. On the back, it says they're the Artificial Organ Transplantation Experiment Team, so I wonder if that's going to be relevant later. Grace comes upon this puzzle that's locking something important inside. However, she needs to get rid of the lock to the puzzle first with some corrosive agent. So to find it, she heads out, but then...
Oh, the fuck was that?
I liked this jump scare, because I didn't expect that the bloater would come out of nowhere, and especially in such a tight and confined area. I initially was expecting the zombie on the floor to jump scare me, but not this chunk. The belly beast pushed Grace all the way back into the safe office, but it wouldn't come in. And then it would say these odd things, these very odd things like, "It's your fault, eat shit, don't fuck with me." Grace thought that he had personal issues. Also considered that this might even be one of the mutated geezers from that photo. Putting the Goliath down, it explodes into, well, chunks. And she goes back out. The hall leads her to a conference room where she would hear singing again. As she got closer, the woman's voice chuckled, and as soon as Grace peeked around the corner, the infected singer screams, shattering glass and summoning other zombies. After cutting her crew up, she rips out another scream that pounds into Grace's ears, but she puts her down all the same. Reading patient medical records, HIPAA violation by the way, Grace learns about some of the patients here. One was Martin, who began to experience... Martin! I don't know if you guys know who Gabriel Iglesias is, but yeah. One was Martin, who began to experience auditory hallucinations, and whenever he'd hear loud noises, he became violent. Another was Eileen Zimmerson, who had some nerves in her cranium removed, and as a result, she began to exhibit main character syndrome. You see, she would sing and wander around the facility. But as we know, there were two singers here, Selena Corey, who had the same symptoms as Eileen. However, she was what is known as, in medical terminology, extra. Because in order to one-up her rival, she wouldn't just wander around and sing. No, she would perform in the bar and lounge. Pressing on, picking up the corrosive for that puzzle back in the office, when Maria gets back...
Miss Ashcroft, come in. I won't harm you. I was just looking for Dr. Richardson.
Why did you kidnap me?
Kidnap you? I liberated you.
Who are you?
Oh, forgive me. Dr. Victor Gideon. I run this center. It took forever to find you. You're not like other people, you know. You're quite unique. Through you, Elpis can finally be set free.
Why me?
Oh. Because my master made you who you are. Phase 2's about to begin. Would you like to see what's hidden under the hood?
Grace! Wait!
Grace!
Grace! Grace!
There's no escaping your destiny.
What is Elpis? Who is his master? What does he mean, made grace? And honestly, the head tilting thing that Victor does, that is a very nice touch for his character. It really shows his twisted fascination with those that he views beneath him. For now, Grace heads back into the office to pour that corrosive... Oh, by the way, that was a very smart move on Grace's part. Tricking Victor into thinking that she ran outside. Yeah. Corrosive. Melts the padlocks off, and inside she gets this piece of a puzzle, but also Victor's notebook where he says who his master is. It seems that Victor has been obsessed with Spencer Oswell. But it gets even crazier because Grace learns specifically what the virus is that has been creating all of these infected. The mutated T-virus. Now, before flipping to the next page, just based on the name mutated T-virus and all the pretext of Raccoon City survivors having it, I assume that while the T-virus initially had no seemingly initial effects on the 10% of immune/resistant people, eventually the T-virus would adapt to their immunity. And this is why Leon has the same visible symptoms as the 5 bodies that Grace found before, or the FBI found before. They were all infected with the T-virus, and it just mutates, branching off into something more advanced and capable of overcoming their 10%. But this begs the question, who else has the T, and are they dealing with the consequences as well? Ada, Jill, Chris, Claire, Billy, Rebecca, and is this the same thing that Victor was actively shooting into people when he caused the outbreak in the beginning? Because we know that the T-virus has notoriously been genetically modified for various purposes, leading into variants like the G, Abyss, or Ouroboros, just to name a few. Quick aside, if you remember the CGI movies, in a couple of them we see that the main cast, it might be a couple or just Death Island, but I distinctly remember Leon and Chris, and I think Jill too. They all get infected, they all get stung with that bee thing. Point is, at some point they were infected. Rebecca too, in Vendetta, I think it was. Just sharing thoughts I had at this point in the story. But now we turn to page 3, where we learn about the theory of Spencer's research. Victor says it's possible, in rare instances, for repeated mutations of the T to trigger abnormal reactions in a host's body, leading to changes in their blood. With all of the focus on blood lately, I think there's something there to at least keep a note of in the back of our heads here. He ends this page saying that the mutated T-virus will consume the world and nothing is going to be able to stop it. Now, if you go ahead and turn the page to page 4, you're going to see that the infected with the mutated T-virus will retain their pre-infection habits and characteristics. This here confirms that all the infected we've seen have the mutated T-virus, and that is why they talk and still perform actions that they used to while they were still human. The chef, the singers, the guy complaining about the lights, some part of the people that they used to be have been preserved into their infections, through their infections. But then he writes blood transformation, the key to humanity's evolution. Again, something is in the blood. I really hope at some points in this game they fully explain the infection itself. I know Capcom doesn't want us asking specific questions, but I just want this pathogen and its underlying structure to be defined a little bit more with some extra clarity. Otherwise, it just seems like it feels like they just might have shooed in the mutation part for the T-virus just for the plot. I mean, sure, it makes sense. Mutations and anomalies are valid, but how and exactly why? Is this an advanced form of the Tyrant virus? Is this just something that happens after establishing a symbiotic relationship with a 10%er? Or is this something that Victor figured out a way to genome edit or isolate, whatever the scientific term is, in order to now use, or to be used as a weapon, if that's even the focus for these viruses anymore? You guys know what I mean. Without some context, it feels like this just kind of happened out of nowhere to make the story happen. Alright, I'm done with my tangents. Let's just continue the story and see if my answers are questioned. In another room, Grace finds a journal where Victor says that Spencer's research has become realized and that the child is the final piece of the puzzle and that he needs her data. And then, months later, he says that the organization got him said child's med records, and despite it lacking details, it did not hold her genetic information. However, here's the thing. This was written back in 2004 when Leon was saving Ashley from Las Plagas cult. It's now 2006, so this really goes to show how long Victor's been trying to get this ball rolling. Take into account his time actually at Umbrella 2. Goes even further back. A note outside further corroborates. I don't know if I used that word correctly, but I heard it in a TV show once and I wanted... Fine, I'll look it up. Oh damn, I Englished rightly. The note corroborates the theory about blood being a huge role in this center's research. It also mentions a custom blood collector, a device that Grace has been using to drain enemies of their blood, but it goes even further, mentioning combining the blood of the infected with their experimental substances. I don't know if this is just a note to explain why Grace is able to craft items using infected blood, or is there more to blood here? Speaking of blood, like Charlie bit us, Grace runs into this cleaning lady in the washroom. It appears she's been trying to wipe blood away, but well, let's just say, she lied on her resume.
Why the mess? Come out! Come out!
Fired. After nearly getting run over by a bulldozer, where Grace would simply aim down and zero out the Z Requiem blast to the head, she finds a background check that was conducted on her from back in mid-September by some detective agency Victor hired. They summarize that she lives alone, close to the FBI office, works late, and almost never leaves her house as she's got no friends. I felt mean saying that. But the detective suggests that if Victor wanted to get close to her, he'd need to find an opportunity when she's not at home. Pressing on, giving that cadaver she found earlier some artificial organs, of course it reanimates, and even though it has a bag over its head, it's able to hone in on Grace's position. She takes a hit, but then shoots it in the shin, painting the room red. But soon, Grace finds another note detailing cases where there have been double mutations, meaning the mutated T-virus strain rapidly mutates again, causing the individual to become even more volatile. These super mutated T-infected also happen to have these enlarged tumors on their heads, and consequently they'd be dubbed blister heads. Oh, and if they explode, the blood will infect the infected around them, inducing them, too, with the super mutation. However, this next note is important. A nurse writes about a subject 171, a blind girl that the nurse was tasked with taking care of. This child unnerved her, but nonetheless, she did her job. However, one day, she logged that the security manager joined her on that particular workday, asking 171 about blood. Kind of dumb. The child doesn't know, like, how are you going to ask a child about blood? You know what I mean? Like, it's dumb. The child obviously didn't know how to respond, and the nurse thought that this guy was weird for asking. See, it's not just me. However, entering that security manager's office, Grace is dumbfounded because he is dumb, found dead. She shoots him just in case. Finding a code to the puzzle in the room, she can't even input the codes because it's in
Braille. These girls, they look just like... You're the one that locked her up. I'm gonna borrow this.
So that picture tells us that there was indeed another girl, at least seemingly close to the girl in the cell.
Hey. Why did they put you in there?
I don't know. I've always been here.
Do you mind if I come in?
I don't mind.
So, sorry. I'm with the police.
Police?
Yes. I'd like you to come with me.
Why?
I'm Grace. What's your name?
Emily?
Emily. You like reading?
Yeah.
Do you think you could read something for me? Please, I really need your help.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll take you there. There are steps. How about I carry you?
But when they get back, the security manager's body is nowhere to be seen. No worries though, because Grace proceeds as planned, placing Emily down and letting her feel out the braille. However, the infected would start snarling outside, and this causes great worry for both Grace and Emily. Despite Grace's terror and discomfort, she tells the little girl to work on the puzzle while she brings herself to face the monsters outside. Chopping, her chopper pops shots in them. Bagging, she's straight toe tagging them. And after that fustercluck, Emily calls out to her.
Come here.
I found this.
Well done, Emily. Thank you. Dead. This is all my fault. I can't just leave her. Oh, God.
Why are you here? Is it for me? Or for her? We can talk. Right. Or we can begin your treatment.
Silent treatment, I hope.
You're an investigator, right? We'll investigate. What do you want to know? Is this where I conduct my research? answers to your disease here.
You know, I do have a question. When's the last time you brushed your teeth?
You are an ignorant fool. Do you believe in human evolution? I have devoted my life to studying it, while you have devoted your life to failure. You're a dead man walking.
Hey, can you hear me?
Leon, I've been trying to reach you.
Sorry, I was a little tied up. Did you go to ask for it?
The floor plan? Yeah, sending it now.
I had to talk to Victor. He is batshit crazy. Gotta make my way to his office. I'm glad that FBI agent got away.
FBI?
Yeah, Grace Ashcroft. Victor kidnapped her.
What? Why?
I don't know. But I intend to find out.
On his way to Victor's office, he finds these medical records, talking about two brothers that underwent surgery with the goal to suppress the part of the brain that makes them feel full. This obviously results in them gaining a voracious appetite and immense weight gain, causing them to just eat and eat and eat and eat, even eating human flesh. The brothers' names were Thomas and Timothy. So that chunk that we saw earlier must have been one of the brothers, not one of the geezers from the photos. And the other one, well, Leon is about to have a meal with him. In the attic, right around the corner, he sees it. A giant mass of swollen flesh chowing down, trying to satiate his insatiable... is it satiate or satiable? Satiate? Satiate or satiate? A giant mass of swollen flesh... A giant mass of swollen flesh chowing down, trying to satiate his insatiable hunger. Fuck, I gotta look this up now. Insatiable. It's pronounced insatiable. Cautiously, Leon approaches with his axe at first, but decides he's compelled to get a closer look. The beast puts his food down and growls out more, seeing and seizing Leon, but he responds by slipping his axe out and dropping it on his head. He begins to slice it up, landing hits, and at this point, Leon's got about 35 bodies and Chunk is about to make it 36. Taking out his diamond axe, he jams it until it gets lost in its head before ripping it out to stagger. But the monster's blind hunger would know no bounds, and through the pain continues to try and get Leon, and Leon just rapidly chops away, eventually cutting the chunk down into finely ground beef and blood.
Sorry, but I'm not on the menu.
Descending from the attic, breaking open the door to his office, he finds that it's a bloody mess with zombies all over. However, Leon is a professional, so he isn't going to just let these cold bodies lay still without giving them a double tap. So he pulls out a shotgun on one that's laying on the floor next to him, and it shoots up right away, revealing it's actually a blister head. Power of the netherite and heart of the cards, he slashes it down. This noise alerts more infected that were lying in wait on the other side of the door, so he kills them too, finds a secret lever behind a painting and it begins to open, but ever so slowly. To this, Leon sighs.
Every single time.
because, of course, he has to slay more zombies that are closing in on his location while that door opens. But with the last zombie down, the door magically opens up really quickly, and he goes down the elevator, which takes him to...
Pretty sure I found Victor's private office.
Nice work. Lock it up.
Yes, ma'am.
Bingo. I have the IP address. Just give me a minute. And... I'm in.
Okay, hit me. Sherry. You're killing me.
I found some information about our illness. Our symptoms confirm a T-virus infection.
Oh, fuck. Well, hey, at least we're in it together, right? All right, what do we got? Elvis. Grace. What's she got to do with this?
Hang on, Emily. I'm coming.
So, Sherry Birkin. You know, back when I did my video on RE6, I said I hoped they were gonna bring Sherry back to Resident Evil, and man, am I glad that Capcom finally brought somebody back. Sherry took Hunnigan's job, but yeah, Victor wasn't lying to Leon. The answers to his disease were actually here, and they're in line with what we were theorizing earlier. But again, still, what is Elpis and what does Grace have to do with all of that? However, moving on, this wouldn't be a Resident Evil game without mines, so here we are. Grace would ask a really good question.
Why is this under the hospital?
Finding a surveillance room, she sees Emily through a camera sleeping on a bed. A note to the side talks about how the Shadow Ghost has occupied this basement. Oh, so it's a basement, not a mine. Actually, I guess that kind of makes sense. They were planning to kill her, but it looks like the Shadow Ghost might have made this her domain instead. Looking around for Emily, she notices that there are infected all over. Some kind of look like staff, and some are behind cages. So what was this facility doing, keeping people caged up down here? But most importantly, why was Emily locked in here too?
Things.
Just like the notes said, the mutated T-virus makes it so that people still retain habits of who they were before changing, furthering that the Shadow Ghost was another girl like Emily at some point. She probably collects dolls because that was what she was into, and she collects Emily because they must have been close friends. However, the issue now is that Grace needs to get that gate open, but naturally there's no power. Trying to find the 3 joint plugs in order to supply power is not going to be easy either, especially with the ghost chasing her around all the time. But after a bunch of puzzles, Grace drops into a grinder. The belt starts moving, feeding corpses into that grinder, and instead of just reaching up to climb out of the grinder, Grace just waits until it's done doing its thing. Grabbing the third joint plug, she takes a bloody slip and slide for a ride. Good thing she's immune, because that stuff gets in her mouth like, ew. If she doesn't have a virus, she probably has it now, or she might have contracted something else for sure, because that is just nasty. Finally making it back to install the plugs. By the grace of Grace, let there be light.
It's me! It's me! It's Grace! It's Grace! Calm down. Grace? Yeah. We gotta get out of here. Hold on tight. I'm scared. Why is it so loud? It's gonna be okay. Just don't let go. Come on. Come on. It's just pinning you down. Why won't they close? Stay away! Go faster! Grace? Are you hurt? I'm okay. That's good. Good, Emily. What's going on? We gotta get out of here. Hurry! Go! Grace? Grace? You okay? Yeah. How about you? You okay? Here, I kept this safe for you. Thank you.
I'm not gonna lie, I legit I thought she got her leg cut off. I was actually like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, absolute cinema, 10 out of 10, Claire Redfield recommends. Finally, Grace and Emily are able to make it out of that hell center, but that doesn't mean that they're safer outside because there is something wrong with the little girl that Grace is carrying. Noticing a red light on the left, she heads down the courtyard steps towards the helipad, where there she would find a way out and somebody to fly it.
Hey! Stay right there!
It's okay. We're not infected.
So you're normal?
I think so.
Thank fuck. Those things still running around?
Who are you?
You don't need to worry about me.
I'm tired.
I know.
That your kid?
What's...
This? Old war wound. I can't run away even if I wanted to.
Can you fly this?
Sure can. My bastard boss took the key. You know, I could fly us all out of here. If you go get it for me. It's in there. I'd go myself, but I can't outrun those things, not with this leg.
Are you lying to me?
What? Have you seen the same shit I've seen? Look, lady, we're out of options here. How much longer do you think any of us can survive?
Can I go back to my room now?
It's not safe.
Hey, we can help each other. I'll protect her. If you get the key, I'll keep her safe. I promise.
It's a deal. Come on. I got you. Ready? No. Come on. Gotta strap you in. Oh, I'm Grace, by the way. This is Emily.
Harry.
Thank you, Harry.
No problem.
I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Upon entering that little house, the first thing she notices is a visitor record for somebody only with the name jotted down as Z. It provides very little detail beyond that he had a meeting for over an hour with Victor back in September, and that it could be surmised as they talked about a patient as well as research findings, but again, it's not clear, it's obscure. Opening into the next room, it seems like a simple office, and Grace hopes that this is just one small room that has the helicopter key. Spoiler alert, it's not. After reading another note about how it's been more than 20 years since this care center was started, but that because results for the research or whatever thing they're conducting still isn't clear, they want to extend a blockade to 2040, mentioning again that they need to obtain Elpis, but what blockade are they talking about? And this is where Grace's hope is shattered. After solving a puzzle, the floor begins to descend like it's the Haunted Mansion at Disney World. There is an entire facility down here too. And wouldn't you guess it, another note, but this is actually the second part of Spencer's research. You see, very much like his daughter Alex, who tried to use the T-Phobos to transfer her consciousness into Natalia to obtain godhood and overcome her Wesker curse, Spencer believed memory itself could be preserved and transferred into a new vessel. He theorized that blood was the medium which could make that possible. The note says blood carries factors tied to memory, and because the T-virus can control what happens inside of that blood, Spencer saw that as a way to move the memories of one person into another. That also explains why Victor is just so focused on blood, mutation, and finding the right host, because this wasn't just about making stronger infected people for creating weapons or the next step in human evolution. It was about creating somebody who could survive a mutated T-virus strain without losing their mind, and then using that body as a vessel, as a container for Spencer. And so Victor's been trying to finish his master's work, and somehow Grace, the connections, and something called Elpis are connected. Now, obviously, this whole blood memory thing is sci-fi AF because literal memories aren't stored in blood. But if you take a basic biology or behavioral science, I also remember going over this in one of my evolutionary psychology courses, you'll learn that it's pretty common for animals to pass down certain sensitivities or survival responses across generations. And a simple example is mice, right? So in one study, mice were conditioned to fear a specific smell, and their offspring showed an unusual sensitivity to that same odor. And that's not the same thing as inheriting somebody's full memories, but it's close enough to see where, Resident Evil probably got that idea from, and then they just RE-ified it. Pressing along, Grace finds whatever the hell this thing is. A giant blood ball is connected to bodies, and in the center of the room, something was being extracted and then likely distributed into the bodies. This probably ties into the memory transfusion experiments. Further in, Grace finds a blood report on her. It is her blood analysis, and while I don't know what any of this means, I can actually read past a second grade level. The genetic information that Victor got from Grace, which is when he had her upside down, matches the data that he specified. And when he says the data that he specified, he's referring to that report that we saw back at the care center in one of the labs where he was like, oh, this is kind of incomplete information. This research is not complete, but I'm going to work with this. That's what he's referring to. He balanced Grace's blood analysis here with that paper, and it turns out it was a match. So the way that we read this is Spencer was trying to transfer his consciousness into Grace. I could be wrong, but based off the notes, that's what he was trying to do. That's how he was trying to achieve immortality. Finding the helicopter key and unlocking the door, she enters it. But Victor is here.
Yes, Zeno, that's correct. All tests have come back positive. I can confirm that she is indeed the one that we've been searching for. If all goes as planned, Elpis will soon be in our hands. Of course. But first I must initiate the protocol. I've done it. I've done it. I've done it.
Oh no.
The self-destruct protocol has been initiated. All staff will be evacuated. The self-destruct protocol has been initiated. All staff will be evacuated.
Trying to escape Umbrella's tradition of self-destructing facilities, she tries leaving on the elevator, but Victor already used it. Strange how he doesn't wonder why it was already down here. Then the blood ball explodes, gushing blood all over, but Grace manages to find a way up blood rapids, dodging debris, and climbing her way out of the research facility to get back to Emily.
You get it?
Yeah.
Good.
Oh my god.
What the fuck did you do?
Grace? Grace, what's happening? It's okay, Emily. I'm here. Emily, it's gonna get a little bumpy. I'm right next to you.
No, lady, I'm gonna need you up front.
No, it's okay. I'm all right.
Come on, come on, come on.
Oh, there are so many of them.
Strap in. it look like I'm doing? Okay. No shit! Hold tight, I'm taking off! Get off me! Get the fuck off me!
Emily, are you okay? Oh, Emily.
Elvis. Grace. What's she got to do with this? Hello, gorgeous.
Come on, Emily.
Shit.
That girl just can't stay out of trouble. Sherry, Grace is still here.
The FBI agent.
Yeah. Found some files on Victor's computer.
Is she okay?
She's connected to this no. But I've got it covered.
Cracking another sarcastic joke about it being evening service for the zombies, Leon protects Emily and Grace, sniping and using rocket-propelled grenades to take out any infected that get too close to them. Sliding down the roof, knee dropping onto a Zed head, blowing it up, throwing a heavy-ass gas canister across to blow up these zombies as well, he gets inside of the burning church to find them.
Stay with me.
Grace,
Leon!
who is she?
Oh, this is Emily. Help me, I can't stop the bleeding.
Hey, look at me. We're gonna be okay. Yeah? Can't stay here. That should be the way to the water treatment plant. It's our way out. Let's go.
Oh. Oh.
Hey, just don't give up. Take her. Get her safe. Go. Now. I'll keep our friends busy.
I'll get you out, Emily. There's gotta be a way to get to the surface.
And there is, but there's just one problem. Something is still wrong with Emily, and she's not getting any better. Currently, the poor girl is in agony, and Grace is helpless. However, it gets even worse.
Dead end. can't let that thing hurt her. It's okay, Emily. Here, rest here. Here you go. I need to keep you safe. Okay.
And so, heading out, ready for battle, it's time to hunt down her shadow. Locking the door behind her to keep Emily safe, she presses forward and finds a mechanism to open the hatch above so that light can pour in. But there's no power. So she jumps down, powers the first generator, and shoots off the girl so that she could get to the second generator. However, upon getting to the third, firing her up and then lighting her up in more ways than one, power is restored, and right as she gets to the hatch door controls, the girl climbs up just in time to get blessed.
We're getting out of here. Come on, open!
It's honestly sad. Poor girl got turned to goop, and we know she's just like Emily, a victim of Umbrella's research, a victim of Victor. I think right now would be a great time to tell you, the girl, the shadow ghost, this was Subject 170, and her name was Marie, very close friend to Emily. And speaking of Emily, she's not doing too well.
Emily? Oh no! Wake up! Come on! Oh shit. Oh no. Oh, Emily! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Oh, come on, Emily. I wanted to save her!
You don't understand.
No, I never would have escaped without her. This is all my fault. Again.
Look, I get it. Trust me, I get it. But we're still alive. We have to keep going.
No.
Grace.
Alpus is within reach, Grace. I'd like you to come with me.
Come with you.
Well, you feel lost, but you're not. You're exactly where you need to be.
I've been waiting for you, Grace.
Who are you?
Raccoon City. You're the reason for its destruction, but you're also the key to building a brave new world. You're the final piece. Let us show you your true purpose.
Okay, sunglasses, white hair, aura, but above all, that voice. I know that I've heard that specific voice somewhere before.
Oh, Ada. What to do with you? Her little act of defiance changes nothing. Besides, we have all we need. Raccoon City. You're the reason for its destruction, but you're also the key to building a brave new world.
I knew that Adonian loving mother lover wasn't dead. Does he know he has a son yet? By the way, where is Jake now in 2026? Imagine if he's been doing missions with Billy this whole time. Jake has to come back so that he and Sherry can continue the bloodline.
Hey, checking in.
Good timing. Did you find anything on Elpis?
Not yet. Nothing on the servers at the CIA or the Pentagon.
Maybe we need a higher clearance.
I requested one, and I was told to shut down the investigation.
What? Why?
They didn't say. Orders from on high.
Look, we don't need you taking a hit for this. I'll just go it alone.
We're in this together. Till the end. I've always been good at working in the shadows.
Just don't do anything too risky, yeah?
Me? Never.
I'm gonna find Grace. She definitely has something to do with Elvis. All the road's gone. Gonna have to find another way around.
All right. I'll leave that to you. I think I found a clue as to where they might be. Some coordinates on Victor's computer.
Got it, thanks.
Right in the center of Raccoon City.
Bro, her hand? Looking at her hand made the hairs on the back of my head crawl. I had a curious thought too, right? She has the G virus in her, right? And this is going to be relevant because back in Resident Evil 6, we saw that she had Wolverine levels of regeneration. So to my understanding, because G stems from T, it makes a lot of sense that she would suffer from the same mutated T virus strain. But she doesn't have it as bad as Leon does, because for him, his disease seems to be spreading all over his body, even causing internal hemorrhaging, and that's why we see him choking out blood. This is not the case for Sherry. We only see it spread to her hand. Well, I guess the other argument is perhaps we just don't know, because we haven't seen if it's actually spread to the rest of her body, or if she has been choking out blood, it could be happening off screen. However, in case we don't see it, the point that I'm trying to make is that I think that her having the G virus regeneration factor is helping her body to naturally fight back against the mutated T virus. But what do you guys think? But moving on. Man, Raccoon City, I never thought that I would be back here again. It's been like, what, 3 decades? Driving past that sign, pulling up in the city, all I can think about is the journey that we've had, seeing all those stories take place here, and it's full circle coming back here. Leon purges through the silent fog and ash. Neither light from his flashlight nor the moon offers much in terms of visibility. But he does manage to find a newspaper from September 30, 1998, telling the Raccoon City residents to evacuate. He explores further, the memories of that horrific night crashing through his mind, causing this surreal and lightheaded feeling. Just imagine what it was like when the explosion set off here. There were probably survivors who ended up trapped, unable to leave. I do believe most people died, but there had to be at least a few survivors who just had nowhere else to go, and so they probably died in the fallout. Moving on, he finds a letter from a little girl named Meryl. She writes to her mom saying that she left to go find Dad, talking about how people wouldn't let them outside, but because she's small, she would find a way to sneak out. By the way, if you're afraid of spiders or trains, you might want to skip this next scene. Shooting through the webs, hunched Leon runs ahead, only for the spider to crash through the wall like the Kool-Aid Man to stop him. It walks him back and he tries to fight back, but it's currently wearing scripted plot armor. The spider punches... wait, they can't punch. The spider kicks Leon hard through the wall and backs him all the way into a door. Using it, kicking it closed on his assailant, he turns to blow up more spider webs in the way. Getting to the roof, removes the spider's plot armor. allowing Leon to throw a gas canister, fire a rocket at it, and then do this.
I miss our Raccoon City hospitality.
Once out of the subway, Leon finds a barricade preventing his path forward to the city center. But not only that, it appears that somebody else was here first. Sherry tells him that this blockade was raised in order to keep people out and away from the city center, but after going through all of this, seeing the crater, the overpass, the spider, it actually reminds me of a scene from the Outbreak files. After the missiles bombarded the city, destroying overpasses and buildings, crushing everything to ruins, we see a jet flying over Raccoon City 6 months later. It takes a picture of the crater, and I think it's the center, but I'm not sure because these lab coats are looking at this picture saying that no human could survive being there. But if they're there, then why are they saying there if they're here? You know what I mean? But then he gets a call from a man, and looking back, I think he's on the phone with the connections. The cameraman pans out, and we see that they've set up a research post here in Raccoon City. But backing up even further, we see a gate and a sign saying to keep out. So I'm thinking 6 months after the fall of Raccoon City, they set up this outpost. Then the connections get a barricade up because they don't want anybody else coming here. And we learned recently that they tried to extend the barricade to 2040. However, I'm bringing this up because now it makes a little bit more sense in hindsight. You see, ever since the Outbreak files, the connections and or Umbrella, because Umbrella was still around at that point, were here doing research, looking for something. Just some thoughts that I noted down during this section of the game. But moving on, Leon needs to find Grace. Grace, who needs to uncover the truth about her role in everything, her destiny, and her connection to Elvis. I keep almost saying Elvis, Elvis Presley. Of course you know who that is. Proceeding to find an old BSAA camp, Leon tells Sherry that he found an old BSAA camp. Wait, what? Why did I write that? Hold on, let me redo this. It's a weird scripting. Discovering that it was the BSAA that had posted up camp here at some point, looking to get to the city center. By the way, remember the last time we saw them was back in RE Village, and we saw that they were corrupted using BOWs now. Sherry wonders why they are here, and even though Leon doesn't know, he can gather that something made them leave without packing up. But that is when he discovers a laptop that somehow still has juice in it and is not locked. Two unbelievable things. Yes, in a video game, I get it, it's a video game, now bugger off, Sherlock.
What is it?
The computer's not locked. They were also headed to the center of Raccoon City.
Interesting, too. That reminds me. I dug a little deeper in the Pentagon's database, and I noticed something's missing.
What's that?
There's no record of anyone ordering the missile strike on Raccoon City.
Well, if not them, then who?
Leon triggered the alarm. It looks like your campaign to make the DSO stand down really didn't work, Zeno.
I'll leave this matter to you, then.
Damn, so that is actually insane to even postulate, because this whole time we thought that the government was trying to cover its own tracks, but now Sherry confirms no one from the government actually ordered the missile strikes on Raccoon City. So, if not them, then who? I think it's gotta be the connections. Heading into a storehouse, Leon would begin to notice something, and I'm actually surprised that I didn't notice this sooner myself, but where are all the bodies? There should be remains remaining here, but instead, it's empty. Only Raccoon City wasn't empty. It had been waiting for Leon to ask that question because right on cue, zombies would rise from the ground. They assaulted him, skin looking like leather until Leon cut them down and stomped their heads in. It was odd that some of them even used weapons because you would think that they should not even have that cognitive ability to do that. But then again, when Leon tells Sherry that there are zombies here, she says that's impossible. The missiles should have killed all the BOWs and people alike. But answers will come. For now, Leon has to get 3 detonator parts to blow open the barricade wall. Finding the first, then looking at the map to see how far he's come, which is a long way. I mean, just look at it. From Elbridge to Renwood to Rhodes Hills, now here in East Rack City, making his way to the city center, and then to the crater itself. It's been quite the journey. Opening the gate out of the garage, when he makes it outside, he sees why the BSAA never packed up camp.
Encountered 3 infected and eliminated them. That's correct, sir. Do we proceed?
So the rumors were true? What rumors? The missile wasn't just about stopping the spread. Don't be ridiculous.
Affirmative. Listen up. Our objective hasn't changed. We rendezvous with the advanced party in the center of Raccoon City, then head for Ark. Our mission is to retrieve Elpis. Move out!
Man down! Jesus, fuck! Where is he? I'm fucking blind here! Oh, God! Oh, my fucking legs! Get cover! Get cover! Please help me! Holy shit!
I thought I had a short fuse.
What are we doing here?
All in good time. You'll see.
Four takeaways from that scene. 1. The missiles really weren't sent to contain the virus. 2. The BSAA was here to get to the city center to find a place called Ark. 3. Get Elpis. And 4. Wesker was here to stop them. Which, by the way, I don't know how he survived the volcano, but here he is, alive and killing, working with Victor to get Elpis. I guess he doesn't want the BSAA to get in his way. Sending the footage over to Sherry and asking her if she can find anything about Zeno, which she doesn't. But actually, hold on, why is Wesker going by the name Zeno? I looked this up, I googled it. The name Zeno is Greek for gift of Zeus. So he's basically calling himself God's gift, essentially. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is Wesker. Opening the container up at the camp, it looks like the BSAA had left a gift for Leon. That's right, Virgil's chair from Devil May Cry. Still in prime condition. Heading to the gas station, he finds another note from that little girl Meryl. She tells her mom how scared she was because of all the Walking Dead, but that she found her dad's friend who took her to the police station in his police car. And so from this, we can ascertain that this is the daughter of somebody from RPD. And at this moment, I can only remember 2 officers, Kevin and Marvin. I especially remember Marvin for scolding Leon, but being super nice to Claire. Pressing on, Leon encounters who he calls the town's lumberjack. Putting him out of a job, taking his chainsaw, he heads outside to tank an explosion. Now he knows how it feels. A fight breaks out. Fires are all around, and I'm surprised that this place hasn't blown up yet, but Leon would even fight the zombies in those fires. However, one would grapple him from behind and bite into his shoulder. So Leon flips him over, and then gunshots him to turn around and then parry a chainsaw like he's going to save the president's daughter. Filling up on some gas. Wait, does gas expire? Legit question, does gas expire? I would have at least thought that it probably would have evaporated by now, but I guess not. Running along, he fights Blisterheads, which tells us that the mutated T-virus is now here, either through natural mutations or because somebody brought it here, probably Victor. But then again, now that I'm reading that I wrote this, I'm thinking to myself, well, I mean, it was a natural occurrence, so is it really out of the realm of possibility that it just happened? So maybe Victor or the connections didn't even bring the mutated virus here? I don't know why I'm perseverating over this. It's really not that important. But moving on, ziplining into a broken building, Leon takes his time to admire the breathtaking views. Ruins of a city where probably millions of souls had filled this place with noise once. And now, all that is left is the sound of winds and desolation. Vertigo, navigating through fallen buildings, jumping down an elevator shaft, dodging those elevators, kicking open a crate that somebody had left for him, sliding down onto windows that will definitely break, and then using them to kill BSA zombies, he gets the next detonator piece. And this is when Sherry calls in, saying that the Pentagon put pressure on the BSAA, the North American branch, had been doing their own thing. Now, Leon adds on to this, saying that there was an internal dispute that could be related to everything. And then Sherry just says there's an increase in government surveillance and that her fan base is growing. I don't know what she means by that. Falling off platforms 3 times in a row, well, I guess 2 platforms and 1 set of stairs. I'm reminded why I hate platformers as much as puzzles. Leon parries, chops, throws a spear, and hacks away at more zombies until he has to take a scaffolding down. The issue is that there are zombies inside of the building next to him, and they're coming out and down onto his platform, causing it to eventually detach, plummeting them down below. But it works out because this is where he needed to go. Finding his way back out and then back up another building to take care of mortar-firing zombies, he is now ready to detonate the gate.
That took longer than planned. Luckily, I found a bike. Should make up for lost time.
Great. You'll need it. It's 15 miles to the city center on the 419.
Alright, should make it there in no time.
Good to hear. How are the roads? Leon?
Just a few potholes. Stage just keeps getting better and better.
Who let the dogs out? Or should I say Cerberus? Shooting them down, Victor pulls up in front of him. The road gets blocked off, separating them, but Leon takes the roof detour. Finding his adversary again, he chases him up an escalator out of the building where he would get blocked off again, but Leon shoots a series of conveniently placed gas tanks that open up the way forward for him. Victor sees him approaching, and then he shoots an RPG at a car, but Leon just drives under it as it flips overhead. And so, when that doesn't work, Victor attempts to drop a building in front of him.
But Ken, seriously. I don't give up that easy.
I've had enough of you! I know the feeling!
Come on.
Should've worn a helmet.
I don't think Victor's dead. Sure, they had a motorcycle joust and he fell off, but the general RE rule of thumb that I've learned is, if there's no body, then no body is dead.
You should be close to the coordinates.
Yeah. Looks like it. I'll take a look around then.
Looking around, this place instantly looks familiar. An exploded tanker flipped over, cop car to the left. This is where it all started, when Leon and Claire came to Raccoon City during the outbreak and almost got killed by that dying truck driver. I am kind of itching to play RE2 again. There is also a part of me that wishes Leon and Claire ended up together, because they were flirting hard back in RE2 and it almost felt like as if Sherry was going to be their adopted kid by the end of it. I know that Ada is a thing, but at this point I feel like Ada is always going to be the one that got away. Insane levels of magnetic attraction, but always just a dream and a memory of what never was. I'm saying Claire and Leon would probably just make more sense. Like more realistic, if you know what I mean. Moving forward, even the path felt instantly familiar, and Leon would stop in his tracks because RPD was still standing. Flashbacks of that night. Such a mesmerizing, weird sensation to be retreading these steps. But nostalgia can't last forever. He's got a job to do.
It's on you now.
Leon stood there for a while. Everything structurally was still the same, and it was almost like he was just here no more than 4 months ago.
Sherry, I'm in RPD.
It's been a while since you've been back there.
Yeah. Looks like the BSAA set up HQ here.
Abandoned?
Not sure. Fucking guy. And Grace. Shit, she's in danger. Sherry found Grace.
At RPD?
Yeah, exactly. Someone's been expecting us. Got a lock on her location. Headed there now.
Copy that.
Turning around to look at the statue puzzle, he remembers it all too well and fires an RPG at it. Up the stairs, at another puzzle, he'd remark about how weird that one was. Kind of fun to see that the characters in the game are aware that they're doing puzzles. But then he would head into the offices, where he would find Marvin's nameplate.
Hey, Lieutenant Brenna. Kennedy. Reporting for duty.
A requiem of another person he couldn't save. But at least Leon can lay a fellow officer to rest, because down the hall, one happens to still be cursed and animated. So Leon gently gives him peace and tells him to rest easy.
Rest easy, officer.
He even sees the cop that was killed and left slouched in the corner that night when the lickers came in. The other cop that was hung from the back of his skull on the pipes was buried under the debris. Gosh, Leon couldn't believe he was really here, and he could not resist exploring even more. So he heads upstairs into the STARS office. Chris's jacket, a puzzle from Barry he's not going to spare time for, Jill's beret, the STARS team photo, Barry's to-do list, Rebecca's medical bag, which Leon is sure is empty because he already took the first aid spray that was there 28 years ago. All of these items that represented people, these were their requiems. By now you're probably thinking, we get it, bro. You managed to work in the name of the game into your script. Chill now. Okay. Heading into the library, he finds that jack he used to move the bookcases, and using that he opens the shutters, and going in, he hears Zeno and Grace talking. He says, I'm sure you have questions. And she asks what this place is. He tells her it's the ruins of RPD, and Leon looks at the BSAA corpses on the floor as she asks Zeno why he brought her here. Zeno calmly says he's going to explain everything so that she doesn't have to be afraid, so Grace says, okay, explain. To which Zeno just says,
you need to understand.
Covert military units from every country on Earth come to Raccoon City for one purpose. To find Elpis.
What is Elpis?
The power to upset the military balance of the world. The last virus, created by Spencer. Designed to control human consciousness.
Mind control?
They couldn't let it be stolen. So they launched the missile strike to hide it.
To hide a virus? Why do something so extreme?
Extreme? Is it? When the president tried to investigate, they had him assassinated. And you are the key to retrieving Elpis.
Emily.
In a way. But not the girl you met. So many attempts. So many failures. Such a waste.
What do you mean?
copies. Crafted to duplicate you. All useless. All scrapped. They each have their own sad story.
So, Wesker mentioned something in his talk with, well, he mentioned a few things, but the first was a reference to Resident Evil 6 where the president was going to expose the truth about Raccoon City, so they, the family, assassinated him. Then he talks about copies.
Oh my God, we need to do something. I called security, but nobody answered. They are out of control.
Doctor, we can't contain them.
Sedate them now! Are you kidding me? Get out of my way!
Hey, are you awake? What? Where did everybody go?
So the year is 1990, 8 years before the Raccoon City incidents, and this girl is named Chloe. She looks around and notices that none of the other girls are in their beds. Where are they? Layering on everything here, especially considering Wesker's statements about making copies and the RE6 reference, it seems like cloning people was already a thing before the events of RE6, so it's weird that by the time that Derek wanted to clone Ada, this method isn't already known to him. Instead, he forces Carla to undergo experimentation with a modified C virus, which of course mutates her. With Ada's DNA, Carla's appearance, voice, and attitude, all of it changes, effectively creating a perfect clone. But considering that doesn't happen for another around over 20 years, I wonder if Carla's research to create the C virus stems from the research taking place here. Actually, now that I'm reading this, I just remembered Sergei Vladimir from Umbrella Chronicles. He was cloned. In fact, he had 10 clones of him, and they were all used to make tyrants, which were deployed all around Raccoon City on that night. So, they've been cloning people for a while. Back to Chloe. Before heading out, we take a look at this picture of the orphan girls who all look identical. When she steps out of the room, she sees a door open, and then she hears panic in one of the researchers' voice.
Stay away. Stay away! Get back! Don't come any closer! No. No, get back! Get back!
Hey! What are you doing?
Those are the other girls, but where did their hair go? Why are their eyes red? Why are they now killing machines? And why now? Hiding under the bed, Chloe holds her breath as the other orphan girls giggle their way into the room. They slowly walked in and surrounded one of the beds, and inexplicably they began to bang the mattress, causing Chloe to tense up and shake out a little bit of breath. They do the same to another bed, and then, in sync, they all turn to face her bed. Chloe was worried that they would peek under, but then a woman screamed down the hall, which got all of their attention. Chloe runs after to see where they went, but in this room where one day Sherry Birkin would be trapped and hunted by Brian Irons, she found only cold bodies. Nervously stepping out to see the moon haunting her, slowly down the steps, she looks behind her, worried they were still there. At first, she saw nothing, but then little hands popped up from behind the window and began banging on the window panes. They started to hit it faster and harder until cracks would form, and at first, she attempted to open up a door, but that was locked, so she hid under the table behind her, and once again, she would hope they wouldn't find her. They'd get up inhumanely, and one would force the door open. No choice, only hope, She rushes through that door and down the hall, not sure if there would even be an exit, but she had to try. However, turning the hall, 2 girls were there, and they screeched as they saw her. They gave chase, so immediately Chloe turns tail and runs back under the table. After some time, when she thinks the coast is clear, Chloe is able to get to the back room and find a key for a hatch on the floor. But then, the other girls wandered in, making Chloe hide behind some boxes. And they were so close to finding her, one even walked behind the boxes to look directly at Chloe, but she gets distracted and leaves, giving Chloe the chance to go down the hatch. Hoping it was a bad dream, sniffing and sobbing through the horror, she runs along, passing a toy truck that turned on by itself and into... What is this? I don't remember this being here in the future. It looked like some sort of chapel, except the stone wall in the center opened up to reveal Umbrella's logo. Pulling a lever opens up a side gate, and Chloe sees this section is full of caskets. Opening one, she finds a toe tag for a 7-year-old girl named Charlotte, with a note saying she was discarded for volatile symptoms. To her dismay, Chloe wasn't down here alone, because the other girls have now found their way in. But not just that, the caskets begin to open up. She panics and runs, almost getting caught, but manages to scream and shove them aside to climb up the ladder. Crying and terror-stricken, she shuts the hatch down before they can follow up, and she moves on ahead. She didn't know this, but she was in one of Umbrella's facilities. Inside one of the labs, she sees a picture of Oswald Spencer looking like a mother-flipping weirdo, taking a picture surrounded by a ton of little girls back in 1987. She sees that all the rooms in the orphanage have been being monitored in this room. Reading a researcher's note, Chloe learns that this facility that she is in, right under the orphanage, is ARC. I'm reminded of ARC from Resident Evil Gun Survivor, but this is the ARC facility that the BSAA, Wesker, and Victor have all been looking for. Chloe reads more to learn that the researcher was creeped out by all of the orphans here because they had scars across their heads, and that if you looked them in the eyes, they'd giggle at you. Umbrella was using the orphans to conduct experiments. At first, this researcher writes in his notes that Spencer was unhinged for establishing this place and conducting these practices, but then he says it is actually sensational. The chance to experiment on kids without any ramifications excites this sick bastard. And through his words here, we can kind of see that he looks up to Spencer, like he respects him, he likes Spencer. And so I'm thinking, what if this was Victor who wrote this note? Dancing with her reflection, she reads another note. It shows that Spencer's memory transfer experiments were still failing even after they tried to strengthen the process with recombinant DNA and larger amounts of his plasma. I had to Google what the duck recombinant DNA meant since I'm not a plumber, and recombinant DNA is a form of artificial DNA created by combining genetic material from 2 or more different sources, often different species, using laboratory techniques. Now, the note talks about Series 60. Remember, in the present, we saw that they were working on Subject 171, which is obviously related to Subject 170, Marie the Shadow Girl. During this time with Chloe, Umbrella is working on Series, not Subject, and I think that's the difference between a batch of girls versus just one. Series 60 did not successfully receive Spencer's memories and instead developed mental abnormalities. The issue was stability, in that a body might survive the procedure physically and still collapse mentally. And so that's why the next procedure matters, because by the time they reached Series 70, Chloe showed improved stability after they adjusted the viral load in her blood. In simple terms, Umbrella was getting closer to bioengineering a host that could actually withstand Spencer's blood, to receive his memories, take on his consciousness, and give that mother lover the immortality he desired. Opening into this hall, she sees that it is lined with rows on both sides of lab-grown babies. And I'm trying to think about what my reaction would be in real life if, it's just a video game, so it's not that deep, but just try to conceptualize or imagine you saw this in real life. How would you react to this? I don't know how I would react. I'm staggered even just thinking about it. It is so unreal That's why it's a video game. Yeah, none of this stuff happens in real life. Right? Right? Continuing into a dark room with a projector that's on, she sees the researchers, babies, and then her.
Is that how I...
I've got her! Get over here, now!
She's showing symptoms, too.
We need to get rid of her.
They weren't able to recreate Spencer's key. But now we have the original. We have you. You can unlock Elpis at Ark. That's where we'll go.
So... what, I was made?
Correct.
So it really was all my fault.
What was?
That mom was murdered and... Oh God, when she turned into that thing.
What's done is done. You need to focus on the future.
Was she even really my mother?
It's time to embrace your destiny.
Grace!
What the?
Mr. Kennedy, I had a feeling you'd make an appearance. Sorry, but I don't have time to spare.
Holy shit.
Have fun. I remember you.
Oh, God. I remember that, too. Sherry, wasn't there an orphanage around here?
Yes, there was. Why?
I'm gonna do some digging.
Real quick, is that realistic? Mr. X throws a punch and Leon parries the... you know what, never mind, it's Leon. But bro, you guys remember back in Resident Evil Revelations 2, I was like, hey, we haven't seen any tyrants in a while, and then boom, this mother effer drops down out of nowhere. Love it. However, running it back, the discussion between Zeno and Grace, he says Umbrella couldn't recreate Spencer's original key. They couldn't recreate the clone, or they couldn't clone a recreation. You know what I mean? They couldn't make Grace, but now they have Grace. He calls her the original, and that she is the key to Elpis. So this confirms that the orphan girls, Emily, Chloe, the monster girl, they're all clones of Grace. Or are they? Because Grace is in her early 20s right now. She would have been born in the early 2000s, but Spencer was making clones before the 2000s, at least since the 1980s, so are they really clones of Grace? I'm not a mathematician, but something's not adding up. On that note, how could she have caused the destruction of Raccoon City in 1998? It's not like she ordered the missile strikes. She would not have even been born. And Elpis, once more, what is it? And how is Grace the key for Elpis? And was Spencer this whole time trying to become immortal through Grace? Because Victor had that blood analysis done that verified Grace's blood matched Spencer's information. And another question, Alyssa Ashcroft, is she really her mother? Well, all those questions. But right now what's important is Leon has to take down another T-103. Leon paints the tyrant's face red, but it's relentless, smashing through walls and even doing this. I low-key thought it was a helicopter, but proceeding through Brian Irons' office, the tyrant bashes through the wall, and going through it, we see that it's actually an old expended missile.
Everything all right, Leon?
Yeah. I'm good.
So why'd you ask about the orphanage?
They're taking Grace to Ark. The orphanage is the entrance.
What is Ark?
I'm not sure. But apparently it's someplace important.
Leaving RPD once again, he recognizes this street as the one he once walked with Ada that night that she saved him from the tyrants. In fact, he turns to check the parking garage. It's still there. Here he finds the BSAA's equipment, and he also finds the truck that Ada used to smash the tyrants into the wall. What ends up happening next is Leon goes to Kendo's shop, or what's left of it.
Terminate. It's my fucking daughter. You're a cop. You're supposed to know something. How did this happen? Those fucking things outside. What they did to us.
I'm so sorry. Never again.
Outside, Leon finds that little girl's third letter to her mother. She found her dad at RPD, but he yelled at her asking why she was here, refusing to let her in. Mr. George tells her that there's a way into RPD through the parking garage. However, Meryl says that he has an owie on his hand, so she gives him a kitty bandage. I think George got bit. Leon would read this and put two and two together. Meryl is Marvin's daughter. He knew that he wasn't going to survive, and that is why he was mad when she showed up at RPD instead of escaping the city. What a grim realization. But Leon doesn't have time to think about that because his old nemesis is back. The tyrant catches Leon's attention, moving the helicopter aside just like the other one did back in 1998.
Fuck me. I couldn't save them. But I can stop bastards like you.
No fear, Leon walks the super tyrant down. When it rushes forward, he parries and gives him a back shot, and then a full load all over his chest. The tyrant pauses, and just stares like, what did the narrator just say? Leon's like, I don't know. He loves his wife though. Hearing that, the super tyrant's like, nah, fuck that lovey-dovey crap. But Leon parries that too, as well as the next strike. After bringing the Titan to its knees, it tries to swipe Leon away, but he twirls around and cleaves into his exposed heart. Leon would tell it to just die already, and it tries to leave, but Leon would quickly whip out an RPG to shoot it in its back.
I'll stop you as many times as I have to.
See, now I believe the ending of Resident Evil Damnation when Leon was really going to fight off two super tyrants just with a knife. With his plot armor, yeah, I think he would have won. Making it to the orphanage, he fires an RPG off into the distance to see how far it would actually go. He is surprised to see it fly all the way to the building and blow up instead of just disappearing. Jumping down the hole in the floor of the wrecked orphanage, he makes it out to see just how bad it is, closer to the epicenter of where the missiles hit. In fact, a train's just hanging over an abyss. Heading down and getting a closer look, really cool shot by the way, he uses the train as a bridge by crossing the inside of it. Looking down, he sees floors have been rusted through, leaving holes, but then the train starts to shake as tendrils creep in and a plant like BOW attacks him. When he blows that up, it unfortunately shakes the train, causing it to careen down with him in it. Hanging on for dear life, he climbs out of a window and manages to jump onto a ledge just before the train crash. He makes a joke about this being his stop and presses on to find a rope that the BSAA left behind. Rappelling down, he comments about how deep it is.
It just keeps going.
Just like my love for my wife. But all around him are gigantic black roots that cover the walls, and once at the bottom it seems like it covers every inch of this place. Eventually, Leon gets an achievement to reveal that this is Plant 43. Nonetheless, Leon blows the giant's plant up and hopes it stays dead this time. That is when he arrives at Ark.
Sherry, I found some kind of massive facility.
What do you think it is?
I'm seeing supplies with the logos of the usual suspects.
Well, whatever it is, clearly wasn't meant to be found.
Yeah, you're telling me.
By the way, we saw logos for Umbrella, Tricell, and HCF. Now we know the first two, but HCF I don't think we've talked about before, and if we did, not well enough because I had to look up who HCF was. Stands for Hive or Host Control Force, the private army of Umbrella's rival company, also known as the Organization. This is the same force that Wesker took with him when he attacked Rockford Island to get the T Veronica virus. But for HCF to be here next to Umbrella and Tricell makes me think that the connections just absorbed all of those companies' assets. Finding his way deeper into Ark, he sees where Grace and Zeno are on the monitors. He also sees HCF, at least I think they're HCF because of the all-black gear, coming straight for him. But you guys already know how that goes. Apparently these guys are elite, by the way. Leon makes them look like scrubs. After showing them how it's done, so they can learn for next time, he enters whatever this is.
Here at Ark, your movements will be constantly monitored. Do not leave the designated areas without authorization. The recording and transmitting of information is strictly prohibited.
It almost feels like a museum. Even in the next room, all the models of... You know what I think this is? It looks like art trying to portray the evolution of man, but because it's Umbrella, we just know that it's twisted art and ideals. It's like the showroom in an art museum. And in one room, Leon finds monitors that show BOW catalogs, each with their own price and product specifications. Tyrant, around 120 million. Nemesis, Negotiable. Garmer, 30 Garmer, 30 mil. It should be noted that these are the improved versions of Umbrella's Cerberuses. Liquors, 14 million. And I want to point out a note here that says that the liquors were initially an unplanned infection anomaly. Then there is the plant, 100 million, close to the Tyrant, kinda. It does note that the plant was developed from a viral plant infection found in the Arklay Mountains and Raccoon City, so I think this is another reference to Outbreak files with the Axeman and his wife Dorothy. In the catalog, it also notes that a transportation incident of Plant 43 resulted in what Leon ended up incinerating just outside of the Ark entrance. There's another monitor that talks about how Ark is a facility for BOW R&D, but here's the interesting part. It says that they ran experiments by infecting these zombies with the mutated T-virus. They infected the already infected with the MT virus, including the BSAA soldiers, which explains why we even fought BSAA soldiers when we first got to Raccoon City. Although I'm wondering if the BSAA just secretly infected their soldiers, because remember in Resident Evil Village, they were using BOWs, their soldiers were BOWs, so I don't know, I wish they would talk about that more. But then it mentions the data they gathered fueled the development of a new BOW, that it is in its final stages, so I wonder what is this new BMW. Heading out, Leon enters a triangular hall, where someone was there to stop him.
Backup is on the way.
Not necessary. I'll neutralize the target myself. Leon Kennedy. We finally meet.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
Is that Hunk? That's gotta be him. But why the question marks? I wouldn't be surprised if he was here working for the Connections, because this is the same dude who worked for the Ashfords.
Get a little handsy, are we?
Make no mistake. Nothing will stand in my way. I'll complete this mission.
Ran into trouble. This guy was one tough bastard.
Coming from you, that's quite the compliment.
Making his way back up, he finally catches up to Grace.
Grace, this is where we are. The world is under threat. The technology to control another's will already exists, but it's not efficient at infecting others. I believe Spencer solved that with Elpis. The Connection sealed Raccoon City to save it for themselves, and it's been waiting here ever since. This is as far as we could get. If the wrong password is entered, the Ark will be destroyed and Elpis will be lost forever. So tell me, Grace, what's the password?
I don't know.
Of course you do. You're the...
Leon!
Don't embarrass yourself, Mr. Kennedy. You can't beat me.
Aren't we fancy?
Don't move! Oh, wait! You still need me, right?
Come on! Grab time!
I got you.
Are you okay?
Me? I feel like $1 million.
Where does this take us?
Your guess is as good as mine. Time to get off. Come on.
What now? Leon. Leon! Leon, are you okay?
How long was I out?
I don't know. A while. Those marks.
It's T-virus. Stage 3 infection.
If you're so sick, why would you come here?
This place. Raccoon City was where it all began for me. Where it all happened, I couldn't make a difference. So I am here now.
We can't stop Zeno.
He said something about you having a password. What was he talking about?
I don't know. I'm sorry. Hey, here.
I'm going back. I'm gonna destroy Elvis.
I'm coming with you.
No, you're not.
I don't want any more regrets. Whatever it takes, count me in.
If anything happens to me, you promise you'll end this.
I promise.
Come on.
Look, there's a door over there.
Crane's blocking it, though.
I can check it out for us. You think you can give me a boost?
Guess we're about to find out. Come on. Watch out for yourself up there, yeah?
I will.
Alright, so let's talk about this. Zeno reveals that Elpis is a weapon that Spencer created, and that the Connections ordered the missile strike and sealed off Raccoon City because they wanted Elpis for themselves. And Grace knows the password. Well, he hopes she knows it. We also notice Wesker's skin, how he has the mutated virus too, but it doesn't affect him as it does anybody else, and I think that's basically because Spencer bred him in that way. And bro, is Leon aware of his plot armor, or does he just leap off and expect that everything's gonna work out for him, you know what I mean? Then, when he's divulging everything to Grace, he explains his motivations for everything he's done over the past few decades. For him, it's not just about being a hero. Raccoon City was where it all began. It is because he failed to save anyone that, through the years, he's been trying to save everyone without any ambivalence. Really, this is him trying to make up for what he feels like is his failure. He is locked in 1998 trying to save everybody. Moving on, Grace gets a boost from Leon so that she can move the crane to open up the way out of the dump. She fights lickers, zombies, and soon she helps him through. From there, she throws acid and fire on more lickers around Ark to get access to the room that would unveil the unknowns.
Something important. I'll explain later. Shutting yourself away in a dark room like this is quite the change for you, after the life you've led.
Life takes unexpected turns, don't you think?
Looking back, do you feel that the choices you've made have contributed to your present circumstances?
Of course. What you sow, you reap. Isn't that the natural order?
So, tell me, Lord Spencer, what would you like the world to know?
The truth. But, a short break before we begin, Miss Ashcroft. I'm not a young man. I don't have the energy I once did.
Why would Mom hide this?
Okay. Back in biz. Fuck.
You alright, Leon?
I am now. Grace cleared the way for me.
That's not what I'm talking about. Your body can't take much more.
I'm gonna settle this.
You just sent us a chopper for immediate evacuation.
Leon climbs out of the dump, but he still feels like trash, and it's progressively getting worse. His vision blurs, colors mute, sound dampens. The T-virus is finally catching up to him. But despite this, he manages to fight the BOWs in his path, even telling the Lickers that they haven't changed much. And he even shoots one Licker so hard that its body just spasms in place. After a while, as the life is leaving his tired voice, he would get swarmed with more infected, but he continues to blow them all off. Taking an elevator down, he can barely stand and struggles to get a word out, leaving Sherry concerned. He's going faint. He can hear the blood in his veins, the pumping, the infection trying to take over. But even as he stumbles and coughs along the walls, Leon refuses to give up. However, it looks like the legendary Leon S. Kennedy does have limits.
What kind of legacy do you want to leave behind?
My research opened Pandora's box, unleashing disaster upon the world.
Except Elpis, the goddess of hope? Or so the myth goes.
A blind hope.
What do you mean?
Humans cannot predict when death will come for them. This is why they have hope. I was wrong, and I am plagued by guilt. Happiness cannot be achieved at the expense of others. I think that's enough for today.
Why did you accept my request for an interview? Who is that? Is that one of your subjects?
Of course not. She was alone in the world. I took her in to make amends.
Is she
perfectly normal? Just an average child needing a home. She is my hope. Aren't you beautiful? Would you like to hold her?
Okay. She's adorable. What's her name?
Grace.
Grace. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
I've said my piece. I only hope it serves as a requiem for those who have passed.
Leon. Leon. I need to hurry.
Spencer lived a reprehensible life, a top 10 villain in all of the games that I've played so far. And for him to finally, at the end of his own life, come to realize that you can't achieve happiness by stepping on other people's necks, for him to feel guilty after killing millions, it's too little too late. But then he reveals that he adopted an orphan girl to make himself feel better for the bioterrorism that he unleashed on the planet. To feel like he repented, he takes in this completely normal girl, no ulterior motives, nothing special about her, no experiments, just a regular little girl sitting in the Raccoon City orphanage waiting for a home. Grace was Spencer's blind hope, and his final words with Alyssa, a requiem for those who've died by his hands. Grace knows the password for Elpis now. But Leon is on the verge of death, and it looks like he's not going to be able to parry it this time, so she needs to hurry. Passing through a door, suddenly she is thrust into decor that looks like it belongs in a mansion. A large and regal office with a most peculiar painting on display. A woman in the woods holding something, maybe a baby? There's also just the letter M on the bottom right. Legitimately, if any of you guys have any information about this painting, please let me know, comment down below. I've never found anything about this, so I'm curious. Looking around a bit more, even noticing Spencer's wheelchair, she enters the elevator and sees that Leon is unconscious.
Leon! Oh, no. Oh, hey, it's me. It's Grace. Oh, please wake up. Come on. Wake up, wake up. Hey.
Hey, you. I was just resting my eyes.
You're okay. Oh, let me help you.
Let's do this.
Okay. I don't know the password.
It's okay. Soon left it wide open for us. Any wrong code will do. It'll destroy Elpis.
Let's try.
Grace, whatever it takes. I can buy you some time.
No. No, I have an idea.
I trust you. I trust you.
So, the prodigal daughter returns.
I know the password.
Fulfill your destiny, and all will be forgiven.
Only if you let Leon live.
Very well.
Grace knew what she had to do. She couldn't let Elpis out.
I was wrong, and I am plagued by guilt.
I'm gonna destroy Elpis. You promise you'll end this.
This is it.
What did you do?
What I had to.
Grace, get out of here! Go! Right behind you!
Leon! What are you doing? Come on! Leon!
At least I could save you.
No!
I wish I could have saved you, Leon.
That was the non-canon ending, but this is the canon ending to actually remember.
Please know that you are my hope.
She is my hope. A blind hope.
Okay.
What are you doing, Grace?
Spencer regretted what he did. He...
Well done.
You promised.
Yes, that I would let him live. Mr. Kennedy, I give you the honor of experiencing my power firsthand.
I'm not sure Elpis is what you think it is. There's nothing special about me. I was never any key. Spencer wanted to make amends. He...
But you released Elpis. What is it? Tell me!
Leon!
Why? My powers!
Elpis is Spencer's atonement. It's an antiviral.
Amazing. I am humbled by my master's genius.
Your research was wrong. Elpis wasn't a weapon. There was never a key.
Spencer's paper was obviously incomplete. There was no connection between Grace and Emily.
Do you know how much time and money I wasted on this?
Don't you see the genius? With Elpis, all virus-based weapons are useless. The world order will be thrown into chaos.
We wanted a weapon.
Instead, Spencer gave us anarchy. I will carry his torch. and bring his vision to life.
You? You and Spencer were a means to an end.
Yet he outwitted you all.
Spencer defied us and paid the price with his life. He was nothing.
You are nothing but an imitation.
It's over, Victor. The Connections is done with you!
We can't let him have it.
Your ignorance is staggering.
Leon, it's a cure. Oh, it's working. Leon, it's working. Wake up.
Now, let it all come down. All of it.
Grace, what happened?
It's gonna go! Grab something!
Grace.
Grace!
Time to bury Umbrella's last skeleton.
So the way that I understand it is that almost everything the Connections, Zeno, and Victor believed about Grace was built on a bad foundation. They were operating this entire time on incorrect information. Spencer's original clone project goes back to Umbrella in the 1980s. And the point of that project was to create ideal young test subjects for Spencer's memory transplant immortality BS. Eventually, Spencer would also take in an infant, and later records connected that infant to Grace. From Victor's perspective, that blood match, that blood analysis thing that he had going on, the match looked like the answer to everything. And there's a bias involved because Victor wanted it. He wanted her to be the answer. Remember, Victor was a devout follower of Spencer. One, he and the Connections never could have guessed, never would have guessed, that Spencer would seek atonement for his evils. And two, Victor is too arrogant to believe that he could be wrong, which is his own undoing. Victor and the Connections took Grace's blood match as empirical confirmation that she was the chosen one, when really, she wasn't special in terms of what they wanted. The other thing that they firmly believed to be true was that Grace was the original that the clones were based off of, but she wasn't. Again, as mentioned before, the timelines couldn't have added up, and in Spencer's own words, Grace had nothing to do with all of that. He abandoned all of that and had a change of heart. That means that Grace was never carrying Spencer's memories at all. She was not the final product of his immortality experiment. She was just a normal baby who had been pulled into the orbit of Spencer's research. And the other real big twist was Elpis. Everyone thought that Elpis was this mind-controlling super weapon that Spencer left behind, but really, Elpis was an absolute cure for any and all progenitor-based viruses. Also, Spencer likely gave Grace Elpis as an infant, which would explain her immunity. Now, Victor, he was trapped by his devotion and arrogance, but he wasn't stupid. In the end, he understood his master. In the final scene, when he says Spencer created something more powerful than a virus, anarchy. The way he says that just like sticks in my head. It's gonna live in my head forever now. But bringing it back, Spencer creates Elpis to atone for his sins, for his crimes against humanity. However, Victor sees this as, he takes this and twists it, right? He says that Spencer made this made something that could destabilize the entire global bioweapons order, and the reason he thinks about this is because he believes that Spencer was like 40 steps ahead trying to outwit everybody, which in a way he was, but I still don't think it was for nefarious reasons. I think Spencer really wanted to repent, so I think the cure-all was just that, a cure-all. However, Victor twists this and takes this as Spencer wants chaos. Think about it. An antiviral capable of neutralizing all viruses or all progenitor-based viruses, that would absolutely decimate the value of BOWs all around and any corporation or nation that made money off of BOWs. And that is why Victor laughs at the quote-unquote brilliance of his master. Now, when it comes to Zeno, Victor says something interesting here. He calls him an imitation. So even though he's got the same voice actor, moves like Wesker, and aurifarms like him, it's actually not Wesker. Not the original Wesker. I think he really is just dead in the volcano. This is just a copy. And nowhere do they ever mention Carla's C virus, so I actually don't know if they ever used it to create clones. I mean, it looks like they had the means to grow clones already in ARC way back in the 1980s, so maybe they just perfected it for Xeno. I'm sure before I die, Capcom will give us definitive answers. And maybe the C virus is also based off of what ARC was doing with the clones as well. But I digress. Basically, this boils down to one big misunderstanding. But what I still don't get is, if Grace was so valuable to Zeno, the connections, and Victor, why didn't they just protect her more? Instead, they almost let her die multiple times at the hands of the girl and a bunch of zombies. Makes no sense for me. But moving forward, as Leon and Victor fight, Victor babbles on about carrying out what he believes was his master's true vision, to thrust the world into absolute pure chaos. But Leon swears he's going to protect everybody and stop him.
It's over. Good riddance. Nemesis. No wonder you're so damn relentless. This time, you ain't getting back up.
Grace, where are you?
Sherry. Sherry, come in. Sherry. Shit. Grace! Grace, hang on. Fuck. Grace. Grace.
Leon.
We need to get you out of here. Come on. Let's get you out.
There's no way out, is there?
Well, I'm not gonna leave your side. I'm gonna sit right here with you.
I guess this is it then.
Leon S. Kennedy?
Depends who's asking.
Alpha, you read me, sir? Yeah, they're safe. I got them. Yes, sir. Mr. Kennedy, I have a message from Captain Redfield.
I'll be damned. Can't believe that antiviral actually worked. Feel better than I have in ages.
Oh, thank God. I'm glad you're okay.
We got a dose with your name on it. We'll be back in action in no time.
Thank you, Leon.
Would have been a lot smoother if Chris hadn't been so late to the party.
Where is Chris, anyway?
No idea. I'm sure I'll run into him at some point. Yeah, I'll call you back. It's over then.
Yeah. Opus really was our last hope.
Oh, let's pray Umbrella hasn't left us any more nasty surprises.
I wish we could have saved Emily.
Grace, I didn't hit any of her vitals. She could still be alive.
What are you saying?
Maybe we can save her.
The government has confirmed the existence of an actively trading bioweapons lab located here in the ruins of Raccoon City. The origin point for the worldwide spread of bioorganic weapons. This illegal facility appears to have been in operation for decades.
Sources say that the extension of the lockdown and the recent series of mysterious deaths may be related to tragic events in Raccoon City 28 years ago.
Evidence seized in Raccoon City has led the Justice Department to reopen its investigation into Oswald Spencer and the long-defunct Umbrella Corporation. Some believe the government deliberately drove Umbrella into bankruptcy.
The late Alyssa Ashcroft is credited with cracking the Oswald Spencer story. Conspiracy theorists are already claiming that she was killed in a cover-up, and that the organization responsible is secretly controlling our government.
Tonight, in a speech from the Oval Office, the president is expected to reject allegations of any government involvement since the Raccoon City incident.
And Sherry's okay? Oh, good. I'm so glad. Emily, yeah, she's doing great. I'm actually teaching her how to read.
Grace. Grace. Where's that report?
Sorry. Leon, gotta go. Catch up soon.
Remaining BSAA forces have been neutralized. Retrieving the objective before they send in the wolves.
Yeah, I think if Chris was here, it probably would have been smoother, but it also would have been more action-oriented. Whenever Chris and Leon team up, it's a wrap. I do want to see what Chris looks like now in his old age. I know I said this earlier, but in Resident Evil Village, we learned that he's alive in 2036, so I just want to see what it looks like. Same thing with Leon. Imagine Leon in 2036. Like, he looks pretty old now. Imagine him 10 years from now. Also, Leon just littered. He threw his glove on the floor. When it comes to Leon not hitting any vitals on Emily, I call BS because he aimed straight at her exposed heart, but what do I know? Because we see that she is still alive, just encased in that flesh, like she's a Titan. I am glad that she's good, though. Grace even says she's teaching her to read, but didn't she already know? I mean, when she met her, she was already reading, so... Oh, unless she gained her eyesight back, then that makes sense. And in the very last scene, who are those unknown soldiers? They killed the BSAA soldiers, and they were smart enough to try and retrieve their objective and dip before Chris and his hounds showed up. Alright, so I want to thank those of you guys who literally watched every video in my Resident Evil journey. I can confidently say that I know quite a bit about the RE-verse now, at least enough to be in the know with some of the memes and even start calling myself a Resident Evil fan. This was a huge endeavor and a big learning experience for me. I mean, I compacted 3 decades worth of RE material into about 4 months, and if I had to do it again, I would have started sooner so that I wouldn't have felt the need to rush things. I didn't rush things. I took my time with each video, but I still felt rushed. I don't know if that makes any sense. But the important thing is I didn't just pump out stuff for the hype, even though it would have done numbers. I wanted to actually enjoy Resident Evil and have integrity with you guys, my viewers, because when I rewatch all of this 20, 30 years from now with my kid, I'll know if I gave it my all or not. Also, if I had to cover an entire series again, I probably won't do it all back to back the way that I did with Resident Evil. I'd probably spread it out and change it up with different games every now and then, because doing Resident Evil games back to back to back to back was just, it gave me Resident Evil fatigue. Loved the games, but I still got the fatigue from it. Like, I wanted to do something else for like 2 months now. But yeah, thank you guys. What I want to do now is leave up Grace's report that she does give to her boss. I'm going to let that play out. It's mostly Grace recapping all the main points of everything that happened throughout the Resident Evil series. I'm not going to read it because it's pretty straightforward and I've basically said all of this in greater detail in past videos, but there are some small details I saw that I didn't end up mentioning, but again, nothing major. And after that, I will leave up the behind-the-scenes footage for Resident Evil Requiem, just so that if you want to see it, the option is there. This is not the last you will see of Resident Evil on my channel.
Sorry. If this is about the report you asked for yesterday, it'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days, tops.
Put a hold on that for now. We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating.
They asked for Miss Ashcroft, and then they hung up on me. Rude. What the? They asked for Miss Ashcroft, and then they hung up on me. Rude. What the?
They're coming. Grace, we need to go.
Go where? Mom, what's going on?
Hurry.
Wait, who's coming? What's wrong?
Shh. We need to keep our voices down.
This is ridiculous.
Come on.
What do I do? Oh, shit. Come on!
Go!
Hello?
It hasn't been easy. But after much effort, here we finally are.
Who are you?
I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft.
Lady.
Help me!
Are you okay? What are you doing?
All right. Oh, there are so many of them.
Strap in.
Emily, are you okay? Oh, Emily.
Backup is on the way.
Not necessary. I'll neutralize the target myself.
Okay, and 3, 2, 1, action!
Don't move! Oh, wait! You still need me, right?
Let it all come down. All of it.
3,
Grace. Grace! Time to bury Umbrella's last skeleton.